Okay, it's working now. I think there was a problem with the setup of my streaming software. That's why the microphone wasn't working. Thanks for raising this up. So let's continue with the article. So what I'm trying to do here is trying to explain what the component does, but I also thought that I should move this up. Okay, what I'm thinking is that this targeted item list should be moved up to be under inventory, but then that might be a little tricky because this variable is created by the editor script. So let me think of how I can fix this. Hi Cam, thanks for joining the stream. It's nice to see you again. So I'm just putting the article for part 20 together. Part 19 is almost done, so should be out this weekend. Fingers crossed, nothing else comes up with it. And then we can start right away with part 20. And then we can work on the enemy spawning system next, after these two parts are out. So right now I'm just trying to, well, it's just a little thing, but I'm trying to move this up here because this variable doesn't belong with the path server. So it's just me being a little nitpicky with how the UI is laid out, but looking at how I can move the attributes around. Thing you can do here is perhaps to just rearrange my variables and move the paths here up so that put the target item next together with the rest of the variables. Or I can rename the header. Maybe that's an idea. Alright, let me turn down the music. I hope that works and you can hear me better. The next part is going to be about, so we have these inventory slots over here, right? So what's going on in the next part is we're gonna create this thing here that will update itself whenever you get a new item. And I know we've already had this before, but in this new one, right, it's a prefab by itself. So when you select new items, you see the level updates as well. The level is the text that's below, and you can move the text anywhere you want, or you can design a box anywhere you want. So then these inventory slots update themselves, and they also show up on the results screen. So let's say if you lose the game, then the results screen pops up, right? So the results screen is right here. So in the results screen uses the same template as the inventory screen. So basically we're having one piece of code tackle both parts of our game, which is how these things are supposed to be coded, because you want whatever you code to be modular, right? Meaning that once you finish coding that component, you should be able to plug it out and place it anywhere else in your game, and it should work just fine. So then for the past couple of parts, we've been working, since part 15 onwards, we've been working on modularizing a lot of our things. Like for example, the weapons are modular. They are standalone. You can plug them in to different places and they should be able to work, right? And the same thing with the stats. And then now with the UI, the modularity is more apparent because of the UI. You like the stat window that we've created in part 18, for example, right? You can plug it anywhere and you can drop it somewhere else and it will still work the same as long as you assign the correct player variable to it. So I'm going for the same thing with the inventory slots, display UI elements in the game. So that's where we're at. Oh yeah, the weapon damage total thing was a really cool thing that you were doing, and I think you're getting somewhere, right? Now it's just creating the UI component for it. So perhaps I'm thinking if I can help you with that anyway. Let me finish this up first, and then I'll drop by a post, and if I can find a way to perhaps show you a way to arrange your scripts, then we'll do that. So if I can finish the article in the next like 2 or 3 hours, then I can have a look at weapon damage totals post, and then we'll see where we can go from there. Hi Nicholas. So you are one of the year ones, right, in my class? So this stream is just gonna be pretty chill. I'm not gonna be talking a lot because I'm writing the article for the next part of the series. So if you have any questions, feel free to post in the chat. If I can answer you verbally, I'll do it. Otherwise, if you have a bigger question, you can post in the forums, and I will have a look and respond to them. And yeah. So just enjoy the music and watch me go. Alright, Cameron, looking forward to it. So Deb, how do you learn coding? I've shared this before on a couple of streams prior. I shared how I learned how I learned coding myself. I learned coding by modding Warcraft 3. So if you recall, back in 2005, Dota was a big thing, right? So I actually have, the forums are down. Maybe I can just find the, let me just see if I can find the posts. So basically what I was doing was I was modding Warcraft 3. What was the, I think the site was called forums.allstars.com, right? So what I was doing was modding Warcraft 3, and specifically because I play a lot of Dota, so I was creating visuals for Dota. So I was recreating the skills and everything in Dota, right? So Warcraft 3 has this application that allows you to mod the game, and then it's called World Editor. So Dota was created using that. And then at the time, because Dota was made by one person, right? So the graphics were pretty bad, in the sense that some of the spells were really awful, the animations for them. So I created some animations for the spells, and that was how I got started learning coding. So I just followed tutorials online that showed you how to recreate the various spells that you find in Dota inside Warcraft 3. And then I recreated those spells, and then I added special effects to them. I posted them on the forums. Whole bunch of them got adopted, and I posted also concept remakes for some of the skills and stuff. So that was a long time ago. That was when I was really into Dota. So it used to be really fun, because I would go and game and I would see, oh, that animation I created, or this spell I created, and it was a nice thing. The forums are not around though, so I can't show you my work from before. Like it's all gone. And I think there is maybe there's another set of forums here. My problem was I never captured the forums before they went down. I thought they were gonna be around forever, you know? So I used to create a lot of these animations, but I can't find where is the. Let's jump back further to say 2010. Oh, it's all under suggestions, right? So why am I talking about this? Because there are two ways you learn coding. Just back to your question, right? So one way is you want to mod existing software, existing games, depending on what you're interested in. I think that's the easier way to do it. The reason I say it's the easier way to do it is because if you're modding stuff and you're learning from there, you're learning from a top-down perspective. So then this helps you learn faster. It's harder, but it's also faster. And it's more exciting as well, right? Because if you were to, let's say, recode an app that you like, or mod a game that you like, you know, the feedback is really fast. As opposed to the other way would be, say, if you follow our tutorials, right? You'll be learning coding from bottom up, meaning you'll learn stuff from the basics. You will set up all the required infrastructure. You will learn about the basics, like what's an integer, how to create scripts and all that stuff. That's a lot more boring. That's a much more boring way to do things, because you have to start from scratch, right? So it takes a while before things get exciting. So with our tutorials, you're learning from the bottom up, or you know, if you prefer, you can also just grab, become a patron and then grab our project files and then try modding the files from there. So in the forums, there are a couple of users who have questions like, oh, how do I add this specific feature to the game? How do I add that specific feature to the game that you haven't covered? So that's, in a way, that's modding. So you can have a look at those topics to get some ideas of what you want to mod into, say, the project files, and that will be if you want to just go via modding and learn coding the faster way. So just to summarize what I just said, I think there are two ways to learn coding. The first way is to learn everything from the basics, meaning you follow one of our tutorials and you start from part 1 and then you go to, say, whatever part we have in the tutorial. That can give you an idea of how coding works. Or you can just grab our project files and you can try modifying them to add the features that you want that are not inside at the moment. So then that will be the top-down way of learning. That's a lot faster, but it's a lot harder as well. I hope that answers your question. So as for what I've done in Dota, I don't think my posts, I mean, they're there, but it's gonna take some time to find them, you know. So, you know, I just posted all the mods here, and then some of them were picked up and they were put in the game. So by 2010, I don't think I was as active as before. Okay, anyway, this is not important since it's so long ago, right? Cam, I'll be happy to go through your stuff with you. So perhaps I can drop you an email and then we can continue the conversation there. Am I doing a part-time job also or what? I am doing a couple of jobs. I'm running some web dev projects as well for clients. So I'm creating websites for clients basically and providing IT solutions. So I host websites for clients as well. And I also teach at a couple of tertiary institutions. I think teaching is pretty fun, and certain courses are harder to teach. So for example, game dev courses are actually harder to teach. I much prefer teaching a basic like web dev course or a basic, let's say, database course or Java course, because my game dev students always come up. It's just the same as in the forums, right? Like every question is a tough question because games are pretty complex pieces of software, you know. So whenever I go to game dev class, I usually run into the hardest problems, as opposed to if I go to database development class, for example, right? It's just questions are all similar and they're all very basic level questions. Whereas for game dev, because when you build a game, you're just jumping into the deep end. No matter what game you build, like there's gonna be pretty complex problems that you have to deal with, and every game has a unique set of problems that it has to deal with as well, because every game is different, right? Every game has its own mechanics and all that stuff. So yes, I do a couple of jobs, and this is one of my jobs. Okay, so where was I? I was trying to rearrange the variables here, right? So what are my future plans? My future plans for this series, at least, is to make it so that you can learn how to make Vampire Survivors, either from a bottom-up way or top-down way. But for that to happen, I'll first have to get the enemy spawning system working first, and then we will see how. After that, I'll probably create a series of videos, just to, because right now, if you want to get into the series, it's 19 parts, right? and if you're urgently needing a game to submit for your school, then probably following all 19 parts would be a little challenging. Then so I'm planning to introduce a series of videos where you can start off in the middle, and then you can start working on the project kind of as a mod instead of as a thing that you build for yourself on scratch. So once we do this, we are doing this for the Vampire Survivor series, and Jonathan is the guy who's running the Farming RPG series. He's also planning to get the tutorial in that direction because he has more parts than me for his series. He's at probably part 26 now, and we're only at part 20, right? I'm creating part 20 now. So he also wants to create a let's learn farming RPG from the top down kind of perspective. Okay, so the enemy spawning system, right, I was halfway through it, so it's not fully developed yet. So, the enemy spawning system is something that I will get on once part 20 is out. Then I will continue developing it. So that's halfway done. It's what I'm trying to say. And that, are you also gonna choose some other engines for the upcoming next project? I don't think we're gonna start on the next project very soon because this Vampire Survivors thing is probably gonna go on for another year or two, and then we'll see where that takes us. I know there's a lot of demand for Godot programming tutorials, so if I can get someone to run a tutorial series on that, then that would be fantastic. But that depends on the situation, right? Whether someone comes along who's able to do Godot. Hi Nate. So it's afternoon over here, so good afternoon. Or good morning or evening, depending on where you're at. So I think I'm just gonna leave the variables like that. I was spending the last 15 minutes deliberating on whether I want to move this targeted item list up to be under the inventory variable, but then that takes a lot of coding work, so I'm probably gonna not do that. I can be a little anal sometimes with how things are arranged. I have this need to make sure that everything is properly organized and nice to read and all that stuff, which is good and bad. Because it's bad because sometimes I spend 1 hour just trying to move variable somewhere else when I'm coding myself, and that maybe is not the best use of my time. Or I just spend, let's say, an hour or two looking at a script and then thinking about how I can optimize it, and that's not always the best use of time either. How to use and apply physics? That's a pretty broad question. You have to delve into a little bit more detail for me to answer your question. If you're talking about how to use physics in Unity, Unity is just attaching a rigid body, attaching colliders to any objects that you want, and adding a collider to every object in your scene, and then adding rigid body components to any game object that you want to have physics. Most game engines should allow you to apply physics to your game pretty easily. So you can just Google online and you should be able to find some tutorials that show you how to set up physics in different game engines. It should be pretty straightforward. Hope that answers your question. Which keyboard do I use for coding? I'm not a... I think my keyboard now is mechanical, but you know, I just got the keyboard that... Honestly, I just get the cheapest keyboard. I don't have a preference with keyboards. It's not that I can't afford a more expensive one, I just don't see how the more expensive keyboards will make my life better, you know? So I'm using a mechanical one, but I don't really have a preference. Which keyboards I prefer or what. I can do my work on any keyboard when I'm moving around, and when I'm outside I'll use a wireless keyboard, and it's not mechanical at all, but I type just as well on it. If I have a weapon that is attached to the sprite, how will I go about creating a collider for the weapon? Will I create a script that enables the collider when the animation is active? So you want a weapon like the Bible, is it? Like the weapon will revolve around you? Is that what you're looking for? So you've got to tell me more about the weapon, and I can give you an idea of how to create that weapon. an example would be a simple sword swing. So you are looking at a game, a platformer, is it? A 2D platformer. So there are, if you're looking at a 2D platformer, there are a couple of ways to create the weapon. So it depends on, so does your character, is the weapon a part of your character? Is it part of the character sprites? Or is the character able to equip multiple weapons? Are your animations bone based, or are your animations sprite based? So I'm gonna assume that your animation is gonna be sprite based, and that you have an animation of the player character swinging the weapon. Then what you have to do is just, when the animation is playing, you can look into these things called animation events, and then you can use these animation events to turn on and turn off the collider for the weapon for only a couple of frames. So what you would do is, inside the animation of the character, you add animation events, and then this animation event will link to a script that turns on or turns off the collider. And the script can be part of, it doesn't have to be a script that's specifically there to turn on or turn off the animation. It can be part of the character's script, if that makes sense to you. You can look at our Metroidvania series to get an example of how this is done. So in the Metroidvania series, we actually have a separate animation for registering collisions. And one of the things that we do is that we have a collider that we have an animation, and the animation has a collider as well. And then that collider will detect the like damage for us. Good night, Raphael. I plan on adding into the top-down game, giving the player the option to control when to attack, or have the game attack for the player. Yeah, so you can use the same method. It should work fine. The specifics of it, you will have to work it out yourself. So the main idea is, you can either spawn a game object that stays there for a short amount of time and then goes away, and then the collider is what deals the damage, or you can make it part of the player's animation. If you're looking at creating animation, actually the whip effect that we have, or the whip weapon that we have in the Vampire Survivor series, that should work as well. And you can look at our whip particle effect tutorial to see how you can create an effect like that, and then you just gotta add a collider to it, and then you gotta rotate it, of course, to face the right direction. No problem, Nate. Glad to help. Do you know anyone who can make Rust like a... I think you've got to search on Google or YouTube. I'm not sure of anyone who's doing that at the moment. Online games are a little harder to do because the code that you have to create for it is a lot more complex. You got to do replication. That's number one, and number two, you have to buy servers on a cloud platform like say DigitalOcean or Alibaba Cloud or Amazon. So you have to buy a cloud solution and you have to set up a server over there to support games as well. So it's really complex. Perhaps Perhaps, you know, like 5 years later or something, we can do it. We can do a tutorial like that. But I don't think there's any at the moment. There are articles that will have snippets of how you can do something like that, but I don't think there is an entire tutorial that allows you to do that. Well, in the later parts of this Vampire Survivors tutorial, we can try and cover how to allow your game to go multiplayer, but then that will be a waste now, maybe a year or two away. No problem, Alien. Why are you plugging for Alien? You're plugging for Alien Ross, is it? Or are you just trolling, like with your name? It's an interesting YouTube handle to have. No, the current system does not have a way to give a boost prior to the game. So for that to happen, we will need to create a new class of items. So right now we have weapons and we have passives, right? So we will need another class, maybe a subclass of passives or something, like some way for us to track the boosts to the character. So perhaps, so now we have items and then we have weapons and passives, right? So then maybe we can create a new category called boosts or something like that, and that would work. But that would require, what I'm trying to say is that would require us to code a additional system for that. So that would probably be one entire part of the tutorial. So perhaps something that we can consider after we get the enemy spawning system out. Would that be its own class or a structure added on to stats? Let me show you what I mean by that. So in the, let me just turn on the volume for a while. I think it's a little loud. Music's a little loud. So we have, if you follow our tutorial, I'm gonna assume that you've been following our tutorials, yeah? So we have item, we have passive, and we also have weapons, right? And then so they exist in such a hierarchy. So we have the items here. So the item is super class, right? And then we have as well, we have passive, and then we have weapon, right? So the item is its own class, right? And then the passive is its own class as well, and the weapon is its own class, right? So they go like this. So the item is the super class, and then we have the passive, and then we have the weapon. So if we were to create boosts that will apply before the game starts, probably one way just off the top of my head I'm thinking of is to create a new class like that. This class will be similar to the passives, so either we connect it directly like that, that's one way. The other way is that we can put the boosts under passives like that, but this will be a little bit trickier to do. Yeah, so we can do something like this, or we can just put it under passive. That can work as well. It really depends on I have to give more thought on it to be able to tell you which is the better option. For now, I don't have an opinion on which is the better one. But once we do something like this, then we will have to go into the player stats script, which is right here. So the reason why we have to add a new class is because recall that in the player stats script we have a function called recalculate stats, and then what this does is this looks through all the passives inside the game or inside the inventory, and then it calculates the boost. So the reason for that is because whenever you have a boost, you will have to record the boost in some way, so that you will be able to remove the boost and put the boost back. Does that make sense? So then for every boost that the player has, even though when you play the game you don't really see the boost or you don't track the boost, right? But the boost is there, and the boost is there, and it's important that we keep a copy of that being there, so that when we remove that we know how much stats our player has. Otherwise, if you do not keep track of all the boosts, then when the boost gets removed, then you wouldn't know what the stat would be before. So the passives work in this way, where we always keep a copy of the player's base stats, and then we just add all the boosts that the passive provides. So then whenever you get a new item, in the sense of you get a new passive, then you just the game will call recalculate stats, just to reevaluate and recalculate the player stats to make sure that they're all the correct values. Yeah, so the boosts will go right inside here. We can call the boost something else. Instead of calling them boosts, perhaps we can call them passive, and maybe pre-game passive or something. Maybe that's a more appropriate term. Maybe a pre-game passive, something like that. So it really there's many ways that you can apply this. It depends on your personal aesthetics and how you prefer to organize your classes. Yeah, I hope this makes sense to you. So probably I'm thinking if you put it under passive, it will make more sense, because the passive is really designed to apply boosts to the character, right? And it's in the sense of it's boosting the stats. So then you probably just want to add a new class of passives that cannot be assigned to the inventory, and even if it's assigned, then it doesn't show up as an inventory slot, right? It's just there as a record to give you a sense of how many boosts you have. Great. UI What is this script for again? UI, inventory, spring. Okay. Then how the Be back in a bit. I'm gonna make myself a hot cup of tea, and then I'll come back and continue writing the article. So, as usual, if you have any questions, just post it on the chat. When I come back, I will respond to you. I'll see you all in about 10 minutes. So back, and we can continue with the article. JT. That's a very good point. So in the poll, we have a lot of people saying yes to do you think games with more mechanics are better? Well, I also think that games with more mechanics are not necessarily better. And your point is spot on, because where do I start? Let me start by looking at this framework. It's called the MDA framework. I don't know who came up with it, but I thought that it did very well in explaining what game design actually involves, or in other words, to break down game design. Game design is such a big topic, right? So it's often very difficult to speak about things in very precise terms, because what is a mechanic, right? That's a little difficult to define. But then this MDA framework here, it's very concisely summarizes everything that is involved in game design into 3 different terms: mechanics, dynamics, and aesthetics. So if we look at the poll, a lot of our viewers, 30 viewers, think that more mechanics makes a better game. That's not always the case, and JT, you bring up a very good point. What I think they are thinking of is more dynamics makes for a better game, right? More mechanics means that the game is harder to learn, and usually the hallmark of a well-designed game, right, is that they have very few mechanics, but many dynamics. Let me explain what the difference between mechanics and dynamics is. Mechanics is basically something like, say, health or controls, or let's say in Warcraft you have units and they have mana, right? So mana controls how many spells you can cast. Okay, these are mechanics. Dynamics are the things that arise because of mechanics. So for example, if you have units that are able to walk around and they can attack, then the dynamics of the game will be, say, how do you align your units so that they deal the most, how do you manage your units so that they deal the most possible damage, right? So for example, in Warcraft, so say your battle strategy would be dynamics. Or let's say in the case of Street Fighter, right? Okay, you have controls, okay, you have like 6 attack buttons, and then you have 4 directions, right? And then using that, you can perform all kinds of things, right? You can do combos. Combos are a result of the mechanics that the game has, right? Okay, so combos in a sense are dynamics. The strategy that you have in the game are dynamics. So dynamics are like the depth of the game, right? So for example, if you have up, down, left, right, this allows you to move. Then what kinds of strategy can you have? That will be the dynamics of the game. So if your mechanics are well thought out, for every mechanic that you have, you should have multiple dynamics emerging from it. So on the contrary, if your game is not very well designed, you will find that the game often has a lot of mechanics, but then there isn't a lot of dynamic to it, which also often means that games that are not well designed do not have depth. They may have a lot of rules, but then there isn't a lot of room for strategy, there isn't a lot of room for you discovering new things with the game. That is dynamics. So I think JT, you're right on point when you say that mechanics, if there are too many of them, it may not necessarily mean a good game. That's 100% the case. Alright, but games with a lot of dynamics, usually, let's say for games that have very little dynamics, very little mechanics, but a lot of dynamics, usually those are the ones that become the games that are interesting, or become the games that are great. And you also have games that have a lot of mechanics, but even more dynamics, alright? So I would think of RTS games as being like that. There are a lot of mechanics, but there are much more dynamics than there are mechanics. So that is what makes the game engaging, that is what makes the game playable. Over how many years has it been since Warcraft was released? I think it's more than 20 years, right? But then it's still a popular game, and that's because the game has a lot of dynamics, has a lot of depth. There are many ways you can play the game, and even after 20 years you can still discover new things with the game because there are so many dynamics that can emerge from the set of mechanics that it has, right? Street Fighter is another example. It's I wouldn't say it's a simple game, there's quite a lot of mechanics involved, but then there are even more dynamics hidden within the mechanics that they have. So I myself also think that games with more mechanics are not necessarily better. It depends on how many dynamics they create with the mechanics that they have. For a long time I was thinking about writing an article about this or making a video about this, but then I'll need to prepare more concrete examples so I can more clearly show what is a mechanic and what is a dynamic. I think that would be very helpful because a lot of people who start in game design, they have this misconception that more mechanics means that the game is better, when that's not necessarily the case, and I don't think there's a lot of videos online or content online that talks about this, which will be very useful. Okay, so it's back to the article. I think I should be close to being done. Development Gaming is asking, is there an amount of C# knowledge one should have before starting this? Well, if you want to start this tutorial series, the only video you have to watch, I think, is if you go to our channel page, there is a video that talks about Unity basics. Just watch that and you should be ready to start. You can, if you have some basics of how programming works, that is great, but otherwise, you know, that's not necessary, because it's possible for you to learn programming indirectly as well by following the tutorial. Because let's say if you run into a part of the tutorial that you don't understand, you can always just ask ChatGPT, like, can you explain this section of the code for me? And then ChatGPT will do that, right? So how I learned my coding was, it wasn't from going through theory lessons. I think those are really boring, even though I teach them myself. I think it's a really hard way to learn programming. I think it's much easier to just follow a tutorial or just create something that you like, and then from there just review the code and then try to understand it on your own. I think that's a lot easier that's a much easier way to learn programming. So no, you don't have to have a lot of C# knowledge. I think if you go in without any knowledge, that will be fine as well. It's just gonna be a little challenging to get used to Unity, so that was why we created the video to introduce you to Unity. That's the only one you need. Only piece of knowledge that you need before you start tutorial. So let me know what you think once you start. If you have any questions, pop by the forums or just post a comment on our videos and we'll respond to you as soon as possible. Well, thanks for the comment, JT. The way that game design works is just because of you've got to deal with so many different components, right? Just by working in games, I think you will learn a lot of coding just by extension. The unfortunate thing though is that if you work in the games industry, generally, at least last I checked, that was a couple of years ago, if you are a games programmer, you're not paid as much as if you were to work somewhere else. Like the hot thing for programmers to go to now, the hot place is fintech, right? Every programmer wants to go to fintech now because it's a lot of money inside. So games isn't really where the money is. So a lot of coders who are working on games, they're doing it out of passion. Like, you know, game tutorials don't have the same reach as other kinds of tutorials as well, but I guess it means that there's lesser competition as well, right? So yeah, there you go. So gentlemen, if you have any questions, yeah, just once again, the forums are a good place, or just comments, alright? So if the forums are too much of a hassle, just drop a comment. Like if you don't get a certain part, just timestamp it and then I'll respond to you. I'll try and explain as much as I can in the context of the YouTube comment. So whatever questions that you asked, the reason why I explain them is because, you know, future viewers will also look at the comments. So I don't really have to answer a question multiple times. So if you are asking your questions, you're contributing to the series as well, which I will appreciate. I think that's it for the script, and the last part is the hardest part because it is it has to do with the result screen, which is a little difficult to explain, I guess. So what do we want to do with the result screen? Result screen looks like this, and well, I just want to I'm gonna have to open 2 copies of the project because then I can compare how the result screen looks different, like from one copy of the project to another. So this is the older version with the result screen, and the reason we are rebuilding the result screen is because, well, firstly it has responsive issues, right? Let me show you what I mean. So updating the result. Now that we run display system, let's pops up after the game. It displays all items as So there's actually a lot more. There's a lot more data that is stored per weapon. Perhaps we can try and do this in a later part of the series as well. Let's just start with the basic stuff first. I'm just looking at the results screen to get a sense of how it looks like in the game. Before we do that though, let's go down. yes, this series actually continues, and I am creating the content for the next part. Or sometimes takes a little longer because as 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 the content is created, you know, we may find bugs, and then when the bugs, if bugs are found, then I will try and fix the bugs as I go along. So if there are a lot of bugs, then the next part of the series may take some time before it gets put together. So it really depends, but I think the next couple of parts will be a lot faster. So once part 19's video comes out, part 20 shouldn't be that far behind because I'm developing the content for it now. I'm glad you enjoy the series. So thank you for your viewership. Well, if it takes too much work, one thing that you can do is you can just download the project files and then you can just try modding the game from there. That might be a faster way for you to get the game together, but if you want to get the later project files, then you will have to become a patron, and then you can download our latest project file. It'll be worth the $10 that you put into it. That's me plugging our stuff. So as the series gets more and more, as we put more and more parts into the series, you will find in a couple of months also videos that will cover the series from a top-down perspective. So instead of going from part 1 all the way to part 20, we will just start with part 20, and then I'll showcase what you can do with the files that we have in part 20. Right, like for example, how to create new weapons, how to modify the game to get the configurations that you want, and so on. So then that would be a top-down way of creating a game, right? Where you're just modifying a set of files instead of creating everything from scratch, which will take a lot of time. Thank you for the support, JT. I appreciate that you like our work. I mean, I always say this, but it's nice to see people appreciating our stuff. So thank you so much for that. Where do I find my non-copyright BGMs? On Spotify? I don't think that I mean they're copyright free, but we can't monetize videos when we use the music here. So I have this playlist under stream safe. You can just head over there and you can have a look. Otherwise, just search for royalty free music. You should find quite a few of them. Just be aware that a lot of these music channels or playlists that say they are royalty free, actually, well, they're not 100% royalty free, in the sense that if you have their music inside, then if you stream, then whatever money that you earn from streaming will go to them. So that's the catch. So as long as you're aware of that, then you can feel free to use the music. Oh, same here, man. We don't make money with our stream. I mean, we have like 4 viewers at peak, so that's quite a it's quite self-explanatory for us that we, yeah, you know, eventually, you know, if we can make money from this, it'd be great. But then we won't be able to play music anymore if we can make money from this. But then, you know, at that point, if we get to that point, we can probably. I can probably get my friends to make some music and then, you know, pay them for it, and then we can all enjoy their music. So 1, 4. Okay, split. Should be able up screen. Repeat. Should effectively get variety screen. No problem, Jason. Thanks for appreciating our stuff, and thanks for, most importantly, consuming our stuff, right? Because without you guys, then there's no point in us creating all this content. I think I'm almost done. Just one last part, and just in time, right, for the end of the stream. So the last thing is without screen. Not the bad idea. So reset them. I was resources. Demise so that this is because the player inventory is since we have if the goal simply disable to modify the player script so that Player inventory. Where is the script? But we have to move this section up because I think there is one part where we have to miss out one part here. Really grab this whole thing and move it up. Should be above 4. Sorry, right here. So the UI component or set up the icons. Still won't work because we haven't taken to the player inventory script. Has to crash them. Every time item is acquired, go up. Before we do that, let's first remove the whole area. Remove the script. So what we want to do is to remove these parts so the sprite is no longer managed by the slots. So we can just remove the sprites here like this, and there we go. Now that that's done, next thing that we can do is to update the script so that it calls the so that it updates the UI whenever the item levels up or whenever we get a new item. The initial experience cap is set to. Thanks for pointing this out, JT. I'll have a look at that later. Maybe it's just something that we missed out. I'm just gonna copy and paste this into the forums actually, just so that I don't forget. So this should be like part 10 or something, right? Under the old icon. And this goes right here, and also look at where refresh is called. Wherever there is an add function, we have to call refresh. Right here. And also for passives as well, we have to call refresh whenever a new passive is added. And also we have to call refresh whenever weapon levels up, so then we just gotta add this to the level up section. The new additions in the script basically allows us to assign the UI inventory display components to the various as shown. As shown right here. There we go. Let me just make this more compact. Oh, no worries, JT. Thanks for letting me know. I'll just delete the topic I just created on the forums later. No worries, yeah. So what I'm trying to get the correct screenshot over here. So that I can just show the arrows to what objects to assign to these boxes. So weapons goes here. And then the passives go here. Is needed for the equal element not big. They need to add fresh, then and then hence layer inventory, we add lines call either weapon UI refresh. Never save items. Once the this should be section 5, and I think that's all for this part actually. So I'm just gonna run through this article one more time later tonight, and if I find no errors with it, I'll just write a conclusion for it, and then you should find the article published at the latest at the end of this week. So as usual, thanks for tuning in. I'm just gonna save my draft over here, and I'll make an announcement on both the Patreon page as well as on YouTube when this is part 20, right? When the part 20 article is out. So I'll see you all. Thanks for watching the stream. Thanks for tuning in to support and to talk about how much you appreciate the series. It means a lot to us, every one of us here, even not just me, but the people who edit but my students who edit my videos, and of course to Jonathan and Xavier and all of us who have worked on the videos as well. Thank you so much. I'll see you all next week.